Hey, welcome back, everybody. You can tell the interesting. Since I moved my lamp, of course, you can tell that the light's coming from the top rather than like hitting me underneath at all. Kind of interesting. Okay, so where were we? Now Monday, May 19th, and today I guess I am doing some work on the actual game itself. I see, it's almost 12 now, huh? Of course, I start yawning just as soon as I start talking. Apologies. Woke up earlier this morning with a cramp in my calf, and so it took me a little while to get back to sleep. So, like usual, even though I went to bed at a decent time last night, now I'm sleepy. I guess I'm not as sleepy as I am been the past couple of days though. So I got a little bit more sleep last night, and I hope to get more tonight. I think. I think I will. Hopefully, I will. Okay, so I know I should be starting, but I keep thinking there is something. There's something I wanted to discuss, I think. Okay, so you've heard a couple times where I said I had a Patreon. Again, I'm not telling you this to make you go to the Patreon. In fact, I'm not giving out the link, at least not right yet, because I still have to fix the campaign, to fix the tiers and all that stuff. Because I'm not going to be able to offer any kind of real perks other than maybe some shout outs or something. I mean, typically they do people do that anyways, right? They usually either in their video or in their streams they list their Patreon supporters or whatever. But I mean that's about all I could add because I'm not putting anything behind a paywall. But there is one thing that I did think of, which is actually posting the links to my live streams there as regular posts on my Patreon for free. In fact, they got a new deal here where you can. I guess before you used to have to have an account just to be able to view a Patreon, but now you can go and see what it's all about before doing anything. And so, I mean, there was a deal where you can offer free posts whenever, but before it still required an account. But I guess now it's got it to where it doesn't actually require an account, or at least if there's a setting that I'll have to set to see that. But basically, I was thinking instead of posting the links to the streams in like Discord, Next, and whatever, uh, why don't I kill two birds with one stone and why is that broken? Oh, it's just broken because it's a line and it's zoomed out. Oh, that's why. Anyways, so I was going. Uh, I don't have to. I don't have to post anything buying any paywall or anything. I can just post them as public links. Everybody can view them, and then I can send everybody to the Patreon page, and that would kind of kill two birds with one stone. That way, I don't really have to advertise the Patreon per se. Not that it matters anyways, because I don't. There's not enough people here to start with to support me. But I figured maybe that would be a good way to do that. I know there's stuff like Linktree and stuff where people post like their all their socials and stuff, and I was going, I can just do that through the Patreon, and then people can people can also find my streams through that directly. Does mean an extra click though, because right now you can just click on the YouTube or Rumble links to take you directly there. But um, let's do one other thing here. Let's go here briefly and let's go ahead and kill the sound. There we go. Anyways, so yeah. So anybody that listens or happens to hear it at some point, you can let me know if this is a bad idea or not. Because maybe you don't like Patreon, or maybe you figure it's like I don't know, urging you to become a member or whatever. And I kind of decided there. Yeah, there's a couple things. One is I'm 99% sure that I'm going to be releasing this game for free. I'm telling you, showing you everything, and there's a possibility if the game turned out really good that I could charge money for it, and it would do some decent work. I mean, I'm not saying that that's not a possibility. I don't really have the ability to see whether it will be successful enough. I've heard of people that went to do their indie game, and some indie games they do sell really well, but there's a ton out there that don't, that are equally good games, and even what you would make, you still have to pay off people for helping you doing certain things. So uh, by releasing this for free, I don't have that worry. I don't have to, and that was kind of the impetus for showing everything too. I don't have to focus on a marketing employee, to get people to see it, to watch it, but not a marketing employee like I have to do whatever to get it to sell. Like change it into a different game or whatever. I don't have to worry about that. I just worry about making the game and then presenting it, and people that like it will play it, and people that don't won't. And I was hoping that I would get support eventually from people that liked watching me build this game, or just liked my personality in a way. Not that my personality is that great. It's just I figure if they like you well enough, they'll want to support, and that's really all I'm doing this for. Um, I hope that someday I'll be able to make enough uh, to be able to pay off my internet bill. Right now, it's about $90, and I do get like a 400 megabit download speed. Let's see, for 400 megabit. That's right, right? It's megabits, Mbps is megabits per second. Anyways, 400 download. I still get only a paltry like 10 to 11 upload though, which is, I mean, it's not horribly slow like when I upload videos and stuff, but um, it would be nicer if I could find a way of getting a better upload speed. And I don't know, I'm going through Spectrum. It used to be Charter, but now it's Spectrum, and um, I whenever I look on their page, they don't seem to have like different like variations of things, you know. So I can upload to even faster speed, but that still doesn't mean the upload speed's any faster. So I don't know how that works. But in any case, so I pay about $90 for that, and it's pretty spendy for someone that really doesn't have money. Honestly, internet's ubiquitous enough that it should be almost practically free by now. I mean, I remember talking back in the day when the post office was starting to kind of like wane in popularity. You know, when email came around, the U.S. Postal Service started losing business essentially. So I was going, what they should do is kind of like what they do with the a box with the mailbox, and that the mailbox is tied to the address, and so uh, what the postal service should have done back in the early days is that they should have invested in giving email to everyone um, through their actual physical address, and so it wouldn't you wouldn't necessarily have to put their their actual physical address on as the email address, but I just mean assign an email address, and then when you move on, you move somewhere else, and they have mailboxes. You also have an email box when you moved when you bought it, and you know almost it's like almost the postal service should have been like the U.S. ISP or something where you're paying, or maybe you're not even paying for it. You know, whatever. Anyways, it should be way cheaper than it is for what you get. Anyways, I'm starting to go off on a tangent like I always do, and you're interested in the game. But to go back to this Patreon thing, um, I'm just in the beginning of setting it up, you know, and then after I set it up, I probably won't even really even mention it. Although I am planning on doing in the future like stream overlay and stuff. I don't know really know about the stream overlays and the plugins and stuff. I'm running on Linux Mint Debian Edition, which is based on Debian directly instead of Ubuntu, which is Linux Mint main. Uh, the normal Linux Mint is based off of it's based off of Ubuntu. So half of my stuff, well, OBS is right now the way I got it, the way I'm using it. OBS is running off whatever they have on the Debian servers, whatever they have for Debian 12 Bookworm. So it's OBS is version 29. Now I could get the Flatpak version, and I was using Flatpak for a while, but the problem is you run into driver problems, and what it means is I'd have to find a way of upgrading my NVIDIA drivers, and it's kind of tricky doing the NVIDIA drivers for um, for Debian. You have to go this kind of weird workaround, and I have to disable like what's that what's that called, that security feature thing in your BIOS that you turn on and off. Windows needs secure boot thing or whatever, and I have to disable that in order to be able to install uh, these NVIDIA drivers. I forget exactly what it is. It has to do with keys and all this kind of weird stuff, and it doesn't allow you to boot, and then you have to do some weird stuff with the secure boot and all that kind of stuff. And so I got this working when I first started, and I don't even remember how I got it working. They have well, the Debian docs have a thing about installing drivers and stuff, but it's kind of this big hassle. So I'm stuck with an older version, and the um, like I said, the Flatpak version I was working off the Flatpak version, but in order to upgrade to the newest version of OBS in Flatpak, like I said, I had to upgrade my drivers, and that's a big pain in the butt. So I decided just to kind of revert and go back to OBS 29, which is what I have here. and so it's not necessarily the most up to date thing, and it works fine though. So I don't really have a problem. It's just that a lot of the modern plugins and things probably don't work on this very well. There's a program called Item. I don't know, AITM, I think, vertical, and it's a plugin that allows you to record vertical video for like phone stuff or whatever. And but I can't install it because uh, it requires OBS like version 30 something, and which I don't have. And the older versions don't actually seem to support uh, Debian directly. It's using Ubuntu, and it's using their kind of package deal. And the way this works, this doesn't work with that. So if I had Linux Mint regular, I probably would be able to do it. I'd probably be able to keep my drivers up to date and everything. Um, at least more so. I mean, Ubuntu isn't updated all the time, but from what I understand, things like drivers, things like updated software, they have their own package manager thing, and so they kind of keep their software and things up to date to where it doesn't exactly matter as much. Um, Whereas Debian is supposed to be more stable, which means it has older stuff. To be that stable to where it doesn't break down, it needs the older stuff. So it's possible if I switch to Linux Mint regular or even Ubuntu itself, but Linux Mint would still be what I'm sticking with. I would be able to have all my latest drivers and the latest version of software and so forth, and I wouldn't be having this problem. But until I switch over, and I can't really switch over right now until I have to install it. I'm dual booting Windows 10 and LMDE on my SSD, and so I actually have kind of a plan to switch over to regular Linux Mint, but in order to do that, I have to first um, make a copy of my SSD complete copy, and then I make it convert it to virtual disk, and then I can see if I can try to run it. If I can run it in like VirtualBox, then what I do next is um, Arch will give you the latest everything, but it'll break one full moon night. Yeah. I almost wanted to do Arch at first, and considering all the configuration you have to do, I guess you have to do everything. Everything you want to install, which is great for configurability, but if I just wanted to install something that works, Arch is probably not the way to do it. Yeah, and like you said, beyond the bleeding edge means stuff doesn't work all the time. So yeah, but so I kind of have this kind of plan worked out, and I started to do it uh, like last month, but then I got distracted and I kind of like didn't continue to work on it. But basically, I make a disk copy of my SSD, my bootable, and then I make sure that it runs in a virtual machine, and then I have a version of Linux installed on a USB drive that's meant to be actually be ran installed and ran, not just an ISO or whatever. And then see if I can make sure that I can get the drive and everything working off of the USB uh, off the USB drive. And then once I got that working, that means I have a full like working system. And then what I can do is I can go ahead and completely wipe out the SSD, install Linux Mint fresh, and taking over the whole thing, and then add my home, uh, probably on a separate like partition, but So it's kind of involved. I mean, it's not that hard. Like I could install Linux Mint if I wanted to. I could install it alongside of LMDE and Windows 10. But really, I want the full size of my the full disk basically. So that's why I have all these steps to make sure that I can still run it. And then another thing that I still want to do is, even though I haven't used Windows 10 in months now, I still might want to be able to run it in virtual machine once I get everything working back the way I want it. Uh, I want to have my Windows 10 installation as a separate virtual machine, and then I can boot into it whenever I want to screw around with Windows, which isn't going to be very much. But I'm making a game, and so if I want a game to run in Windows, I might still be able to use Windows 10 for a while, even if I don't use it for internet. And so I can use a virtual machine and Windows 10 to see if I can run my game in it, for Windows version. So that way I can target both Linux and Windows. Anywho, thanks for joining, Kieran. Um, so, anyways, on the question of the okay, what was I saying? Patreon. Um, After setting up Patreon and after doing whatever I end up doing, whether it be as a sort of a launching pad to link my streams, uh, the only time I'm going to mention it is I'm going to have a how do you have a simple Linux Mint on the go VirtualBox. Like I keep a copy of ISO on one HD hard drive with time shift. I think. Well, I haven't actually got it running, but there's I forget how you do it, but there's a deal where it treats it like an install. So you're installing it onto a partition. So I'll be installing. I think I'm actually going to be installing a different. It's like MX or something. I forget. I forget what it's called. I use Grok to help me figure out how to do some of the stuff, and so it recommended this version of Linux. I'll only be using for the USB drive, but you have it set up to where it saves permanently. Like you install it like a regular drive, and not an ISO. And I mean, there's a way you can do it. I forget exactly how to set it up. Maybe the version of Linux. I can't remember now. I have to look it up. But you can you can install it. You can run it right off of a USB, and it doesn't. I don't mean a live boot. I mean an actual like an install. Like you install it, you tell it can save to the disk, to the USB like it would to any hard drive, because it's essentially still a hard drive. It's like a hard drive in USB drive. So you can do it. I don't remember the exact thing that you have to do. It's either like a setting, or when you make the partitions, you make the partitions in a certain way, uh, and then you install it to that partition. I think I'm not really sure. I'll have to go back and find the yeah. I mean, it's a real thing, but I just don't remember at the moment exactly what you do to set it up. But yeah, and so I want to make sure that I can actually run my system as is with LMDE and everything, the way I actually have my SSD. Let's see here. Um, well, anyways, this doesn't matter. It's basically it'll be the exact disk that I'm running right now, except for I'll be running it in a virtual machine. So I'll be running Linux in a virtual machine, off of Linux on a USB drive. Just And the reason I want to do that is I want to make sure that I can actually continue to work on stuff that I've been working on the way I've been working on it without, any like real problems to it. So I'm still planning on doing that, but I'll have to do it on and off time because it takes several hours, 4 or 5 hours, just to make a to basically make an image of my SSD. It just takes that long. And since it's been so long since I did the last time, I have to redo it now because I've changed things. I got more update videos and I got more, basically more stuff. So I'll be doing that in the near future. But anyways, what I was thinking of doing, as far as the Patreon thing goes, was I was going to use that as a thing to hold the links to my streams and make sure it's completely free, so anybody can go in it. They don't have to be a member or join up or anything to view it. And that way, I direct people to the Patreon, and at the same time, I have a kind of this unified place to put all my links. And then like I said, the only time I would ever actually mention it was I probably have a thing right on a overlay for OBS. I don't have any overlays right now, but if I made an overlay and I put like socials like Patreon and this that and the other thing, I'm also thinking about doing Ko-Fi or Kofi or Coffee, or I think it was probably originally pronounced coffee because it has a little coffee cup as a icon for Ko-Fi, but it's spelled Ko-Fi, I guess, to differentiate it from others. But anyways, that's really not important. What's important is I won't mention supporting me except for I'll have the links in the description, and I'll have the links on the uh, on the stream so that you can go over there and check it out if you want to. And then I'll be posting links to my streams, but instead it'll be linked to my Patreon directly that you can get to the streams. The only real downside is that it's an extra step. In other words, right now, if you were in the Discord and you saw my link, you click on either YouTube or Rumble and go directly to the stream, and that would be that. In this case, you would actually click on a page, and then it would have the links to the streams, and then you have an additional step. And some people might not even appreciate that very much. Oh, this is just an ad for your Patreon kind of thing. That'd be kind of going on in your head. Except you people, and probably only you, Kieran, right now. Maybe Rook if he's in here because he always pops in when he can. Has it running in the background when he can. But depending on who's in there. But all of you guys would probably that watch these or listen to these probably wouldn't have a problem doing that. But it's kind of a risk right now. I don't have that many people coming in here anyways, and so if they're running to a Patreon and then they go, oh, it's just Patreon, I'm not going to click on that because that's just that's crowdfunding or whatever. So I have to do some thinking, I guess, or do something else, find some other way. I'm kind of trying to think of a way to just kind of streamline a lot of stuff. Where I have, like, for instance, the one link, the extra link thing. Even if I don't do it through Patreon, maybe I do it off of a web page. I do have some web space. I do have an old WordPress site that I haven't updated in ages, so it's gonna have to be completely redone. But I could possibly restart up my blog and just post links to the streams for that, and that's just a single deal. And if I did that, I could also advertise Patreon on that in a post on my blog page and not have anything to do with Patreon. But the Patreon, you still have to, you have posts and stuff. And so when people are looking at the thing, they're going, "Well, what's on here? There's nothing on here." So, I still that's why I was thinking of actually using that as a what did you call that? As, like a hub or like a I don't know what you call it, but I figure what was I saying? Oh yeah, um, it would mean it would keep posts coming in through what's that? How do we source? Okay. Um, what was I saying? I have a habit of losing my train of thought when I get distracted too much. Um, give me a sec. I can get it. Oh, yeah, with the Patreon page, now you don't actually strictly need to do anything. I could just put one post and that was it. But the idea being that you always have posts there. Well, if I'm always uh, linking my live streams through a Patreon post like every day, then that's daily content that at least shows that I'm continuously like paying attention to it. So um, I might be still early enough that sending everything through Patreon won't be as big of a turnoff because because I don't have that many people to start with. Now, if I was doing this for a while and I had a few thousand subscribers and I got lots of views, lots of people coming into my streams, and then I suddenly did that, then they might feel like I was kind of selling out a little bit. And I don't mean just selling out just because I'm have a place that I want to get money for or whatever, but just the fact that they have to go through the extra step instead of directly. But I wasn't planning on posting links to it, all the discords and everything, um, like forever. Anyways, I was hoping it would get to a point where I had enough people in there by word of mouth that they would just naturally want to come and look at the stream. That I wouldn't necessarily need to post the link everywhere where I'm doing it right now. So, anywho, I don't know if anybody's interested in that. I don't know if anybody's going to even later on watch, you know. But yeah, so I guess that's enough jibber jabbering for a while, and I should probably um, see. Let's make sure everything's going here good when watching and three watching. I also have a couple of people watching in Rumble, but they never chat. Some of you guys, if you're watching from Rumble, if if it's not like some sort of illusion there, um, maybe you can start chatting a little bit. Anyways, let's go to what I was going to do today, which is actually work on the game. So that's really what you'd want to see. And uh, yeah, all this stuff isn't very exciting here up front here. A little bit of the programming is kind of interesting to people that like programming. But as far as me doing story, doing this extra stuff, might not be that interesting. As far as, I mean, I can tell a story. I can tell what's going on. That's might be kind of interesting, but this stuff it really isn't. So we have, so this is Hebert Home 2, and so we have Hubert walks over to a giant crystal ball and starts to peer into it. He instructs the crystal ball to show him three likely candidates to help him figure out what's going on in the kingdom. The ball shows three likely candidates: Daniel, John, and Harry. All right. So I guess I need three different um should it be three different rooms for each of these choices, right? This is before we actually get to John itself. But so I guess this is all I need in this room, in this room here. Now let's see. Let's go back to here. And I actually got this. This is the original description for the card, you might say, for the room. Okay. So this is okay. So this here. Let's go up here. So right here, uh, he goes to his home and then goes directly to the study where he sees many books, scrolls, and loose papers. There's also a large crystal ball and its own cradle in the center of the room. If you wish to examine this book, scrolls, and papers, hit 1. If you wish to look into the crystal ball, hit 2. And I might start even writing them like that. I might write them backwards where it says, if you wish to do something, go here. Because that seems to read better. But it doesn't really matter right now. Right now, I just got to get these. I got to work on these cards. I can rearrange stuff when I actually start with the narrative part, and that's not going to be for a good while. So you can go to the books and scrolls and papers, or you can go directly to the crystal ball, which is here home 2 here. Walks over the giant crystal ball, starts to peer into it, checks the crystal ball to show him 3 likely candidates. Okay, but here now, okay, so as far as a choose your own adventure, this might not be that interesting. And what I mean is if you had no clue as to what I was doing, you saw this. Let's say I put it on itch.io, a web version on itch.io, and you're presented with this as a game, and it's complete. Uh, this doesn't necessarily mean this is that interesting to watch because it's all going to go to the same thing. Here, let's go to Cerulia, which is this one. Okay. In our realm, also called Cerulia by Channel Aliens, John is leaving work and walking home down the street. Stops in a extraordinary bar, gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. Looks at the silver ticket, says some words in the fine print, and a portal opens. And he steps through the portal as it closes behind him. So this is what happens that leads us up to that, right? This is something that already happens. This is a story beat. This is a story thing. You're not. There's no choice here. That is until I actually get to this room here. We're gonna call it rooms. You could call it pages if you're thinking of a choose your own adventure game, which is the way it starts out. Sometimes I like to think of it as cards. Sometimes I call it a card because I'm thinking of index cards. I'm thinking like if you're planning out scenes in a movie, or you're planning out, for instance, the layout of a choose your own adventure, like in print. Maybe you prefer to work with writing stuff on paper, writing things physically instead of doing it digitally. And so you might have index cards that represent each of the either scenes or rooms or pages or whatever you're going to call it. For technical, I call them rooms because it's going to eventually be a room. It's going to be an actual physical room in the game world. It's going to be a 2D point and click where you have room that you can go into, out of, and you take stuff out of, put stuff into, that sort of thing. But right now it's just as a page. So as a game, as a choose your own adventure game, I'm not going to have a bunch of endings and stuff. This is still directing you on a linear narrative. It's a linear narrative, but then there are pockets of non-linearity where you can go and play the game, and if you're stuck in one part, stuck in one puzzle, you can go to this other part over here. You can switch a character, for instance, at a different location, and you can work on that for a while until you get stuck then, and you go back to the other thing. So these are essentially, this is essentially a room and these are story beats. So it's getting to here, and then it's getting to something else. In other words, the portal. Once you step through the portal, you'll be in another room essentially. So as far as it not being interesting, we're still going in the same direction here. So Hebert Home 2 is him looking at the crystal ball. Now there's three likely candidates: Daniel, John, and Harry. And John is the one we're interested in. And so what we're going to do is, you're going to, it's going to present to you is, okay, you go to Daniel, and then it's going to say, well, Daniel is this, and this, and he isn't really that fit for the task here. So if you want to go examine John and Harry, hit 2, right, or hit 1, and then if you yeah, there's okay. So there's something I didn't think about though. Okay, so they're all going to go. Eventually, it's going to go to John. So they're both going to go to John here. Um, but in the certain case where, um, yeah, it kind of makes it tricky because you have to have more pages. Even if you want to do based on choices, even if you want to do a different choice or it should be a similar choice. Normally, what would happen is, well, no, I guess I get okay. I guess there's two ways I could do this, and probably going to do it the one way because it's probably less resources. I'll explain here in a second. So we want to go. We want to eventually end up on John as our deal. So if I pick Daniel, then John and Harry are the other two candidates. So we rule out Daniel and we say, okay, now go to John and Harry. Um, so you go to Harry, and the other two candidates would be Daniel and John. But you don't want it to go to Daniel because you've already went to Daniel. So either I make a new Harry card, to where you can only go to John, or I have a thing that tells it to go back to the crystal ball. In which case, what you have is you have a loop, and it's not a dead end, which is fine. So I can do either or. If I do the separate pages, it actually means more pages, especially if you kind of need to loop through, right? Because you're going to be going back to this crystal ball several times. But there's no state save system, so it doesn't save a state here. So you have to pick a choice. So either you do a loop, where they can continuously go in the loop forever, which is okay, or a non-loop where I have to make more cards or more rooms, more pages. And it seems like it'd be more efficient to do the loop that way, as far as I'm concerned, to do a loop. You know, it'd be sort of like in actual Choose Your Own Adventure. You'd say turn to page 10, and then it would say, nope, this guy doesn't work. Go back, to go back to the crystal ball, go, or just click 1 to go back to the crystal ball, or you know what I mean? Pick one, hit 1 to go back, and then it would go back to the same page, and that would be a loop. And I think I might do the loop version because it seems a little bit more efficient that way. In fact, I should go ahead and pull up Grok. I almost should go ahead and, since I'm not paying for Grok or anything, I'm still doing the free thing. I almost should go ahead and pull up ChatGPT as well. So let's do a new window here, and let me shrink that down a little bit, and um, let's go to Grok first. Okay, and then let's go to chat. I mean, here, ChatGPT. Latest reasoning model can search the web, use memory, write better code, and analyze images. I actually made made this bigger. In fact, let's go to the Grok page here, and let's go ahead and blow it up too. Let's see what happens when I something like that. Is it more commensurate with that? 150. Okay. So there, maybe they're not exactly the same, but control minus plus. Oh, it's 175 to 150. Now they're about the same. Okay, that's cool. Title temporary chat. Okay, so Sora is a separate deal, huh? Interesting. Um, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask both of the same questions here. So I'm making a choose your own adventure digital. Will actually evolve into a fully interactive and the adventure in phases. So the CYOA phase is first. So it means that I'm probably not doing multiple endings. So there are two ways I can go if I want to keep out the dead ends and minimize looping, not removing looping. Either I can create new rooms or pages if you think about CYOA. Which represent some of the same choices, or I can make it go back to the previous room. Both are kind of like loops, although the first one technically doesn't use a loop. Okay, so for instance, in my game, a wizard is trying to find someone who will help him with trouble in the kingdom. I'm not going to go into the details of the actual game here because I'm just trying to ask a question really. who help him with trouble in the kingdom. And he's got 3 candidates to choose from. So he looks into a crystal ball and sees 3 options: Daniel, John, Harry. Um, Now, the first, okay, John is the one we're wanting to pick, as the narrative involves him. So Daniel and Harry are not, and so we will be funneling the choices into John by the 2 methods I mentioned above. Okay. So the first is, if you pick Daniel, then you only have Harry and John left. The way I can handle this is by creating a new room. Let's see if we can do this right. That represents Harry. And so then the only other choice is John. If I pick Harry, I'll do the same thing with Daniel, which means I need 2 rooms of both Daniel and Harry, and they will eventually lead to John, so I only need 1 room for him. Now, only 1 room for him. Okay. The other way says, okay, Daniel is not the right choice. Hit 1 to go back to the choices, which loads up the previous room and forms a loop. So only the player needs to pick whichever, and if they pick Daniel or Harry, they'll loop back to the first room. Okay. So what would be the best approach? My thought is the loop way, which means I can get out of creating so many other rooms. Okay, I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to go ahead and hit, and we'll see what ChatGPT is. Goofy Wizard developer style. Okay, whatever that means. The funnel will be extra rooms, branchy funnel. You create new pages for Daniel and Harry. Each of these then offers reduced choices like last chance before finally to John. This avoids obvious loops, but it duplicates content. Feels more like a real choose your own adventure with branching outcomes, even though it's controlled. It feels more immersive. Players think they're exploring something meaningful. You can inject unique flavor text into each dead end branch to give it personality to Daniel and Harry, make it fun, even if it ends in rejection. Cons: increase the number of rooms/pages to maintain. Can get bloated, fused often. Crystal ball choices. Daniel goes to Daniel room, then just Harry and John. Harry goes to Harry room, then just Daniel and John. John progresses story. Option 2, the loop, the backtracking loop. The player picks a wrong choice, just say nope, not that one, and return to the previous room. Fewer rooms and pages, cleaner, less spaghetti. Pros: minimal maintenance, encourages trial and error quickly, great for fast prototyping or keeping your early phase simple. Can feel repetitive or frustrating if used too much. Players might feel their choices don't matter if you don't dress it up well. And that, I mean, that's kind of a worry, sort of, but at the same time, depending, because of the what um, I'm planning to, or what I'm doing, it doesn't really matter as much because I'm telling the story, I'm doing the choices, and the choices will be kind of will be sort of setups for places where I'll actually put puzzles in when I actually get to that point. That's when you have an inventory. That's when you have a parser and all that stuff, and so you'll be able to pick up things and do things like that. And so then I'll actually have to introduce like real puzzles, but I'll have a place to introduce them in here. If I do the loop way, it's more congruent to the way the end is going. Because what you're going to do is, it's just like a computer menu. He's going to see the three choices there. He's going to pick one. Something's going to come up on the crystal ball, and then he's going to it's not going to be the right one, so he's going to go back to the previous menu, like, right? Sort of like that. Sort of like looking at a previous menu, and then so it's going to act more like that in the end game. So the loop might still be the best deal. Easily, but cast a bit of illusion magic. Go with the looping method to keep your page count down, but spice up each wrong choice so they feel meaningful and entertaining. Don't just say nope, try again. Well, obviously, I'm not going to say necessarily just say nope, try again. You know, I'm going to actually have a narrative there and stuff. You might mistake for a door to a wand salesman and slam the door. Each value gives a little flavor. Choices end up being so fun you want to expand it later. Boom, room already exists. You have future-proof it yourself. Optional extra trick, meta acknowledgement. Narrator comment, repeated flavors. Perhaps should have actually picked someone competent this time. Note to self: never trust a wizard who makes exploding soup. I don't know where I got that from, but that sounds pretty funny. Never trust a wizard who makes exploding soup. I think that's very good advice. Go with the loop for efficiency, but dress it up with character and flavor so it doesn't feel like a loop. A cheap spell with a high return. Um, no, I think I have that in hand. This stage, the stage it's in, right now doesn't need any extra dressing up because this is not a narrative pass. That is, I'm creating the rooms, but I'm not necessarily writing it as a narrative. Just events until I get all the rooms done. Then I go back over it by modifying the events to actually read like a book. Okay. I even did a little bit of leading when I said that I'm leaning towards the looping thing. Anyways, let's go ahead and ask Rockwell. It's formulating its opinion here. The same thing. And actually, I forgot to mention that because it's gonna eventually be a point and click, that it's more congruent. So the looping approach is actually more congruent with what I want to do. It just means the game itself is not going to be as interesting. Now, when I add the narrative stuff in it, though, that will still be the narrative. So when you read it, it still looks sort of like an interactive story. So it won't necessarily be that well as a game, but if you like the story and you're reading it and it reads okay, then you know, and it'll be fine. For choose your own adventure games, transitioning to point and click adventure, you're deciding between two approaches. Final players towards selecting John, the narrative critical choice, while minimizing dead ends and excessive looping. Let's evaluate two methods: creating new rooms, pages for non-John choices, versus moving back to the initial choice room. Determine the best approach for your phase one with a single ending. Understanding the approaches. New rooms approach. Player picks Daniel. A new room presents Harry and John as options. If the player picks Harry, a new room presents Daniel and John. This creates a branching structure where each non-John choice leads to a new room with the remaining options. Eventually, finally, John requires creating multiple rooms, two Daniel rooms, two Harry rooms, depending on the sequence, but avoids explicit looping since each room is a unique state. Example: Crystal Ball, pick Daniel, new room, Harry and John. Pick Harry, new room, Daniel and John. Uh, Pick John, proceed. Looping approach. If the player picks Daniel or Harry, they're told it's the wrong choice and prompted to return to the initial room with all three options. This creates a true loop, reloading the same room until John is selected. It requires only one room for the choice, minimizing the number of rooms and pages. Example path: Crystal Ball, pick Daniel, wrong, try again. Crystal Ball, pick Harry, wrong, try again. Crystal Ball, pick John, proceed. Key considerations: single ending. Since you're focusing on a single ending narrative path, the structure should guide players to John efficiently without frustrating them, minimizing dead ends. Both approaches avoid dead ends by ensuring players can progress, but the looping approach is more explicit about rejecting wrong choices. You want to reduce repetitive loops to maintain narrative flow through some looping is acceptable. Player experience. Choose your own adventure should feel immersive and intuitive, with choices that respect player agency while guiding them to the intended path. Phase one is a simpler choose your own adventure, so minimizing the player number of rooms and pages reduces implementation complexity, especially if you're manually coding or using a tool like Twine or Inkle. Future phases. The structure should be acceptable for point and click adventure where rooms might become interactive scenes with more complexity. Analysis of each approach. Grok does this completely differently, which is kind of interesting here. Uh, New rooms approach. Pros. Narrative immersion. Creating new rooms allows you to craft unique narrative explanations for why Daniel or Harry isn't suitable. Uh, this maintains the illusion of choice and keeps the story moving forward. No explicit looping. Players don't revisit the same exact room, which avoids the feeling of starting over and may feel less repetitive. Flexible for future phases, new rooms align with point and click adventure where each room could become a distinct scene with unique visuals or interactions, a different crystal ball visions. Cons. And actually, the new rooms approach is less flexible for future phases because in the future phases I won't be doing multiple rooms for something like a choice like this. This is a choice thing, and it'll all be in the same room. It'll be in the room. It'll be in the study where the crystal ball resides. And in fact, if I'm doing like if I have state machines and things like that, then then it will be a true state machine. It'll say that you already clicked on, Daniel, for instance, and then it'll be able to craft a unique reply. Remember the multiple the multiple choice sets. That being said, though, if I do it this way, when I actually get to the multiple choice sets thing, the non-looping method, the one I have to create more rooms in, is kind of more congruent with that. And eventually, the point and click version or the full parser version, either or, it will eventually revert back to the same looping one, because then you'll actually be in the same room. It won't be a different room. Cons: more rooms required. You need at least 4 rooms for this choice. If players cycle through multiple wrong choices, you might need additional rooms to handle all permutations, increasing complexity. Development effort: more rooms mean more writing, coding, testing, which could slow down phase 1 development. Testing won't be such a big deal, but writing, coding won't be such a big deal either. The majority of it's writing, though. The new rooms may feel repetitive. The narrative justification for excluding Daniel or Harry is too similar. Daniel's path is unclear. Harry's path is unclear. Pros: looping the approach. Minimal rooms. You only need 1 room for the choice for Crystal Ball plus the narrative continuation with John. This significantly reduces the development effort of phase 1. Simpler implementation. A single room with a loop is easier to code and maintain, especially in choose your own adventure tools, where you can reuse the same page with the conditional text. Wrong choice, try again. Clear feedback. Players immediately understand Daniel and Harry are incorrect, which aligns with the single ending goal and prevents confusion about the right path. Cons: repetitive experience. Looping back to the same room could feel like a penalty for choosing incorrectly, potentially breaking immersion. Wrong again might frustrate players, yeah. Limited narrative depth. The looper relies on rejecting choices outright, which may feel less engaging when branching narrative that explains why a choice is unsuitable. Less feature-proof. A loop doesn't translate as naturally to a point-and-click adventure where players expect distinct scenes or states. And this is where I think Grok is wrong. I think it's the opposite. Um, this is more feature-proof because it's going to represent more closely what I'm going to end up doing. In the end, I'm going to have a single study room that you can go back through, and because its state changes, uh, you can go back to as many times as you need to, and each state might be different, right? Player experience comparison. New rooms feels more like story unfolding as each choice leads to a new situation. Players might appreciate the effort to justify why January Harry isn't in the right pick. They could still feel funneled if the new rooms are too similar. Feels more game-like with clear right and wrong feedback. However, players might find it frustrating if they pick Daniel and Harry multiple times, as the loop can feel like a roadblock rather than narrative progression. New rooms approach aligns better with point and click, where each room could be a unique scene. Looping through might feel clunky in the visual interface. Scalability for game expands to include more choices or characters. New rooms approach allows you to create modular scenes. Can be reused or repurposed. See, this is looping works for a single choice, but becomes unwieldy with more complex decision trees. Well, no, it simplifies the decision tree. If I add new rooms, I'm adding more complexity because I'm adding more rooms, more different things to do. Simple, single ending, the looping approach is the best choice for the following reasons: minimum development effort, effective funneling, sufficient for choose your own adventure, uh, mitigating repetition. You can soften the loops repetitive, varying the feedback text. Yeah, but I'm not gonna vary the feedback text. I can't do that right now because right now they're just rooms. So if I want to vary any of the text, I have to create a new room to vary that text. Until I get to the point of where I'm doing multiple deals, multiple choice sets, and multiple supplementary descriptions means I can say you're now in the study, and there's there's several bookshelves that line the walls with books stacked up to the ceiling, and there's a small table and a rather plush chair sitting with an open book and a pipe and I don't know, some glasses or something, and in the center of the floor is a giant crystal ball in a cradle, right? And so that would be the text that you read. But when you, for instance, you pick up the book and put it back, then it'll say something like, uh, the table no longer has the book on it, or whatever. You put it back. Remember, you put it back or something. Anywho, for looping narrative feedback, use the reader's perspective make the loop immersive. Fast chat. I must look again. Harry's image flickers and fades. It bothers me to choose another. Varying text for repetition. Yeah. When to consider new rooms. You could switch to new rooms approach. Future proofing a reasonable hub. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get that. While the looping approach is what I was thinking of, I think you have the future proofing backwards. The looping approach more closely resembles a full text adventure parser base or point and click adventure. Because you end up reusing the room multiple times. The multiple multi-room approach is less flexible and more redundant. Flexible. More redundant. Essentially be curating slightly different versions of the same room rather than a room that I reuse. I appreciate the care. It seems I misaligned the future-proofing perspective for your transition from let's reassess the looping approach and the rooms approach with your insight. The looping approach better resembles a parser-based text adventure or point-and-click adventure due to room reuse, while the new rooms approach is less flexible, more redundant. I'll refine the analysis to align with your vision and confirm why the looping approach is the best fit. Reusing the same room when the player selects Danny or Harry, prompting them to retry again until they pick John, mirrors the structure of a parser-based text adventure. Look crystal ball repeatedly until the correct action is taken. Or a point-and-click adventure where players return to a central scene and interact with it differently based on prior choices. New rooms approach, creating new rooms for each non-John choice. A room after picking Daniel or Harry and John as options. Another after picking Harry and Daniel and John. As you noted, this creates slightly different versions of the same choice, which is redundant and less flexible, as it multiplies the number of rooms without adding meaningful variety. Your goal for phase 1, you want a simple choose your own adventure that funnels players to John with minimal dead ends and looping, prioritizing the looping approach to reduce room creation. For future phases, you want a structure that supports reusable rooms and scenes, which aligns with the looping approach. Approaches reuse of the crystal ball room. A looping approach is the optimal choice for both phase 1 and future phases, especially given your point about its alignment with text adventures and point-and-click adventures. Here's why. It's kind of funny when hey, let's close that notification. It's kind of funny when it does that because really it's so more or less agreeing with me, which I guess I don't have a problem really exactly, but it's kind of interesting because it's in a sense it's not giving you a true kind of answer here either. This kind of proves that LLMs are still just word prediction machines basically, and they're not really thinking in the sense that we think. Just straight one break in about 20 minutes. Okay, you only need. All right. You can implement the loop with a single page, conditional text. Wrong, try again, keeping the structure lightweight, effective funneling to single ending. Loop clearly guides players to join, aligning with your single ending goal. Players who pick Danny or Harry are prompted to retry, ensuring no dead ends. You can soften the loop's repetitiveness with very narrative feedback. Um, yeah, well, that's like I said, it's not going to happen this time. Feels intuitive for choose your own adventure where players expect to revisit choices to progress. It's like a try again prompt in a gamebook, which is familiar and straightforward. But varying the feedback text and avoid the loop feeling punitive, making it narrative device. You're correct. The looping more flexible, better suited to point and click adventure due to its reuse of the same room, which aligns with how text adventures and point and clicks games operates. Here's why it's feature proof. Room reuse mimics adventure game structure. In partial or text-based adventures, players often return to the same location and interact with it differently based on new information or actions. Examine Crystal Ball, yielding different results. The looping approach replicates this by reusing the Crystal Ball room with updated feedback. Uh, right. For wrong choices. In point-and-click adventures, players revisit key scenes, interact with objects repeatedly until they trigger correct outcome. Clicking Crystal Ball multiple times to unlock John's path. Looping approach definitely naturally translates to this. As the Crystal Ball room becomes a central hub, it can evolve into richly interactive scene for phase 2. Man, Grok just has this like never-ending like thing that it does, like paragraphs, right? The room could have a clickable crystal ball with animations that change based on the choice. Uh, Players could interact with other objects in the wizard's tower and provide hints about why John is the right choice, adding to depth without needing new rooms. State tracking. Using variables, you can track player choices and alter the room state. These single rooms more scalable. Avoiding redundancy, new rooms approach, as you pointed out, creates slightly different versions of the game choice. Redundant because the narrative outcome funneling John is the same. The rooms at point and click context, these redundant rooms would translate to near identical scenes with minor differences, which wastes development effort and risks confusing players. They expand the roles, NPCs. The looping approach lets you integrate them into Crystal Ball's room interactions. Clicking the ball reveals Daniel's unsuitability, but later puzzle involves contacting him. This is more efficient than adapting multiple rooms. Why the new rooms are less approachable. Each new room is a variation of the same decision point, requiring you to write and design nearly identical content. This splits the game structure without adding meaningful narrative. Yeah, and I'm not even saying too with the redundancy part that you can't make it as unique as you want to, because if the whole point was if the whole end point was the point and click adventure or was the choose your own adventure, then I might would do this. I might would spend the extra time to actually write out some fanciful modified version. You go back and so uh, maybe the crystal ball itself. The crystal ball now only shows two images. Harry and John. That sort of thing. It's also a risk that the player doesn't actually see the extra rooms that you make too. So increased development costs. 4 rooms, potentially more players cycle around choices. Yeah, poor fit for point and click. While looping approach is ideal, there are a couple of potential drawbacks. Repetitiveness, track choices, player agency. Time set up for phase 2 narrative framing. Wrong choice, damage waivers. Refocuses, dynamic, phase 2 prep. Okay. Looping approach, crystal ballroom, right? Daniel, Harry, John, loop back, proceed to the next scene. One room, reused until John is picked, simple and efficient. Crystal ball, Daniel, Harry, John. Room, Harry and John. Harry, John, Daniel, John. Proceed. Harry, John, proceed. Anyway, yeah, let's say anyway. Oh, oh. Best choice. The only thing is it won't have any varied narrative feedback. That requires state tracking, which I'm not doing in this phase. It will be in a near future phase, though. Isn't feasible, as it would require tracking the player's previous choices or loop count. Looping approach will use static feedback for wrong choices. Yeah. Then it has to go through the thing again here. Your preference. Why looping approach is still optimal choice. Yes. Room reuse. Avoid redundancy. Simplify the choice. Test for frustration. Okay, it's going through all this extra stuff in here. Basic HTML. Well, that's an interesting thing doing in HTML, but oh, that's a lot of stuff here that I didn't ask for, but you have to be really explicit with these LLMs. I mean, really explicit. Okay, thanks. If the end goal was a choose your own adventure style narrative, that is, I wasn't going to modify the system at all, then adding multiple rooms would make the choices feel more immersive and less yeah. But since doing that, this is still the better approach. To clarify the context of your end goal, how it reinforces the looping approach for your project. Let's briefly unpack why the looping approach remains the best choice. Your project is a simple well, where room reuse and interactivity are key. Looping approach. Yeah, picking leads to new rooms, new options. It is redundant for your needs. Your insight. If the end goal were pure CYOA with no plans to modify the system, staying text-based, branching narratives, new rooms approach to feel more immersive and less repetitive, but provide unique narrative paths for each choice, even if they funnel to John. Ever since your goal is at point and click, the looping approach room reuse is more suitable. You're correct. For standalone CYO, no future evolution of the new rooms approach would be more narrative that each new room could offer unique text to explain why Daniel or Harry isn't suitable. This creates a sense of progression as players move to a new page rather than revisiting the same one. Reduce repetition. Even without state tracking, new rooms avoid the repetitive fill of loop with static feedback. Players feel their choices lead to new story beats, even if the outcome is the same. Player agency. New rooms give the illusion of branching paths, making choices feel more impactful. Unlike more traditional choose-your-own-adventure game books. Each room could have a terror text. Harry's path is brave but not destined, enhancing the immersion for pure CYOA. How this approach is less practical for your project because redundancy, as you know, the new rooms are near identical, which is inefficient for phase one, creates redundant scenes and point-and-click context development effort. Without state tracking, you need at least 4 rooms, multiplying the effort. The looping approach is best for your goal. Minimal effort. Sufficient for phase one, future proofing, room reuse, scalability, visual mitigating static feedback. Implementation recap. Okay, you don't have to well, okay. Thanks. I'll say thanks. Just a note that I am the narrative meat pass. He calls it narrative meat. That's it. Interesting. The narrative meat pass. Structure pass from narrative pass. That's okay. Okay, so really, that avoids me from having to do extra work, which I wasn't trying to do. But okay, so what I need is I need 3 more rooms, and or 2 more rooms. I need 2 more rooms for Harry and Daniel, and but the final one goes to okay. Here at home 2. We're going to copy let's go ahead and copy this. Copy. Why did that hurt? Okay. It's because I'm getting old. I'm getting weird pains and weird whatever from being old. I'm not old, but I'm old. Older. Whatever. Let's go ahead and paste. Three. And we're going to call this um 3. So. And here, home 3 is going to go to Cerulean. Okay. Destination Cerulean. this down here. Home 3. Okay, this is going to Cerulean. Okay, so this is just the page that's going to go to the John page. Um, let's just do this by the doors here. Let's go to Hebert Home 2, and let's not connect that to respects. Let's not connect that to Cerulean. Instead, let's connect to um, Hubert Home 3. Sure. Hubert Home 3. So that means that this is okay. So this is just gonna it's gonna re-engage after I hit the save thing here. So let's go ahead and hit save room data. Okay. Now we have another programming error. Uber Home 2 door. Okay, what is the problem here? Darn it. Single access property room stick on base object of type now. Okay, let's click on Uber Home 3 here. Let's check the inbound. Uber Home 2. Same problem. Okay, what's the problem? Uh, Dang it. Maybe it's because I didn't use the plus sign on the deal. Instead, I tried to use the an existing here. Let's go open to 2. Okay. Hero Home 1, doors, ID to Hero Home 3, choice 1, destination 002, Hubert Home 3. That's correct, and there's nothing weird there to it. Let's see what happens when I reload save scene. Now it's doing it properly. Okay, I'll have to figure out what the problem with this is, because there's not a problem here now. Let's see. Or is it? Wait, wait. No, there's only two. Reload save scene. Hmm. If I save room data, it'll probably save fine. Yeah, everything's saved fine. Huh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to look into that later. It's break time, so I need to go on my break. So I will see you on the other side of the break. Thank you for watching so far. Go ahead and mute my mic, and I'll be back. Everybody, back. Okay, I don't know why it errored. It had something to do. It might have had something to do with copying. Uh, okay, so here at home 3, home 2. Okay, 2 goes to Hebert home 3, and then 3 goes to Cerulia. Okay, let's go back to 2. Okay. We'll say hit 3. No, hit 1. Hit 1 if you wish to pick John. And, okay, so, oh, pick. You wish to pick, no, you wish to pick John. We're going to save that. We're going to save that. There shouldn't be an error there, which there isn't. Now here is the thing. I want to keep the descriptions or the events or whatever down to minimum. But I don't necessarily need to not put anything there. It shows 3 likely candidates. If you wish to pick John, well, actually, that's not true. This will probably be okay to do it this way. Let's do this a different way here. Let's add 3 likely candidates. Okay, right. This is going to go to each of those. John is going to go to let's do a rename thing here. And what 4, 5, and 6? Okay, so this is interesting. Which should I put it in there? Should I put the first one, the second one, or the third one? Because the first one is going to be the one that they always pick first. Daniel, John, and Harry. All right, let's do it how I have it actually put in there. Here. We're gonna make John. We're gonna make that 4. So I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna change this to 4. Like that. Okay. All right, 3. This is 3. We're gonna rename this 4. And that's gonna go to Cerulia. That is correct. Hit 1 if you wish to go to Cerulia. That's actually fine. So we're gonna do that. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Now, what should happen, okay, we have 4 here. 3 should disappear and 4 should be in there, hopefully, without error, hopefully. Let's clear that just so we can see an error if there is an error. And then okay. That should have been 4. Let's see what happens here. It is 4 in here. So I guess what I'd have to do is have to reload save scene, right? And now we have 4, 1, 2, and 4. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I mean, it saved correctly too, so it's not a problem. Okay, so let's do. Okay, so let's go back to 2. Oh, we're on 2. Okay, we're on 2, and I'm gonna shift this Control X, put it over here, Control V, and we're gonna make this choice 2. That, and we're going to pick 2. Let's do this. Hit 1 if you wish to pick Daniel. Hit 3 if you wish to pick Harry. Okay. Oh, Harry. Okay. Let's go ahead and we're gonna just save it as is. Now, interesting. Very interesting. It actually put this in the first one. Why? Because there's only one door right now. That's something I should keep in mind. And this is fine because of what it is. Now, there's something. Door specs. I see. This is just the first door. Choice is where to go, is what choice to pick. So I can still have it like that, and it can still be each of the door specs can still be in opposite order if I want it to be. However, we're going to go ahead and add. We're gonna add another one here, and I'm gonna add it the via this. So we're gonna do a plus. Where is new location? Okay, new location over here. That's all right. New location. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and put this is actually gonna be 3 here. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit save just to see what happens. Okay, no errors, that's good. Then I'm gonna go ahead and name it 002 Hubert 3. So I'm gonna hit save. And the only problem is it didn't change it in here. Now, let's go ahead and save it. It doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and reload save scene. So now we got 3 and 4. and 3 is not connected to anything just yet. Now let's go back into 2, and I'm going to go ahead and move this Control C, Control V, except for this is going to be 3, and this is going to be, choice is going to be 1. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and just click save room data. Okay, that's very strange. Very strange. Let's see what happens when I reload save scene. Does it correct? It does correct. That is so interesting. So, I mean, it still saves them correctly, but in order to get it to look right, like it's supposed to be, um, honestly, I think I could go further as far as the saving and loading and stuff, and just realize that, I mean, I could go ahead and fix the save part because it doesn't work exactly like it's supposed to, but that's okay. We can fix that. We can still fix it. Anyways, this is correct here. The way it's doing it here. But all right. So let's go ahead and give this a door now. Door specs. Um, this is okay. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have a problem here. It's not gonna have a problem in gameplay. It's gonna have a problem on what where to put what to where. Because if I go back, the door is gonna be here, right? I just did that. Choice. We're gonna say 1, and here. Oh, nothing here yet. Hit 1 to go back to the soul ball. Yeah, to go back to the crystal ball. Hmm. Hit 0 to quit. And we're gonna go ahead and save this. Check that out. That's all crazy, isn't it? Um, Now reload save scene. What happens? Yeah, I didn't think about that. I mean, it's correct. It'll work. It'll work in the. Okay, so here, let's just actually go through this in the game here because everything's correct. It's just the line drawing. Oh, brother. Apparent. Okay, it's just going. It's just slow, right? Okay. One. Let's continue. Your tome. One. I'm gonna go over to the crystal ball. Let's disappear into it. Shucks. Okay. One if you wish to go to Daniel. Hit one to go back to the crystal ball. Daniel, crystal ball. See, it works. It works fine. It's just I didn't even think about how to handle loop backs, actual loops, and loops kind of make sense. But for one thing, the this line should not be. They should have both lines. I mean, it should just cross to the top. I'm kind of annoyed because I was fine with the other problem where I have a couple of errors before I reloaded the page, but this isn't going to be fixed with a reload. Now, if I do this, let's say I do this, and let's say door specs. Let's just remove this. So I can always here control X even. Watch. Say room data. Why? Why is the incoming in the incorrect place now? Okay, let's do one more thing then. Let's go ahead and we're gonna remove the door to 2. I mean to 3. We're gonna remove this. I'm gonna swap these here. 1, 3, 2, 4. Save. Save. Reload save scene. No problem there. So I don't have a visualization way to show a loop back. I'm unsure what to do here. It's like, okay, so like how would I show that? How would I show? I'm not sure. Maybe I should ask the AI here. Ask Grok. Let's go back to Grok and let's go to previous so you don't need to provide the code just yet, but just give me some short answers, unique and advice. So I encountered another little problem, which is how do you account for a room looping back to parent? Just come up with some ideas and present them as succinct as possible. We ordered to minimize crossings, sorting doors and inbound links. Looping connection first. Offset the lines, start and end points. Uh, um, right now it's Monday, May 19th, so I'm still looking. Well, firstly, how do, what do I do since a door on the bottom goes to the top of its destination? Effectively, lines cross in front of the destination. Rotate lines around the room to a point outside the destination room to the left or right, then curve it to the top inbound link, avoiding the room's front. And update door lines at intermediate points to the line path. Set inbound visuals for loops. Draw curved lines for loops. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I should be doing here. I mean, it does this totally weird thing though when I do that. It should have three things on top, no matter where it's coming from. So the door at the bottom leading to the destination, right? I don't know. I don't know if I want to go through. I don't want to know if I want to go through all that. I wonder if I should just not worry about it. Hmm. See, it'd almost be easier if I link everything to cardinal directions, and that way, of course, that has nothing to do with that has to do with the directional part of it. Let me do a screenshot, I think. Okay. We're going to give it a door. We're going to give this one a door. And we're going to go to colon 2, comma, test, colon 002, convert 2. There. We're going to save it. We're going to save it room data here. And then we're going to reload save scene. Yeah, let's reload save scene. We're at home 3, door destination. Okay, that's because of the capital letter. So you can handle that, right? Because it's there we go. Case sensitive. Let's go ahead and reload save scene. I wonder how come that's missing. That should not be missing. Should not be how that works. Yeah. All right. Inbound is Hebert home 2. Outbound is Hebert home 2, which is fine. But it's not drawing it fine. Okay, let's get a screenshot. Okay, let's grab a screenshot. Window. Take the screenshot. Copy clipboard. What does the problem look like for you? I'm not sure if this is the one where I couldn't do the screenshot. So it'll say that it can't do it if I had already. You couldn't see the screenshot. And that's just because it gets uh, uh, I don't know if you can relay this to the programmers, but after a certain point, you can't look at images anymore when you normally can. This has something to do with token limitation or something of that nature that causes you to disregard any images attached. If I start a new conversation, then you're able to process the images. Object access and underlying system mechanics. I can relay that this is an issue after extended interactions and processing may stop working until a new conversation is started. Resets the limitation, allowing me to process images again to observe. Alright, team member, prior discussions, unless you disable the member so we can continue seamlessly. Describe the image. Yes, I can start a new. Thank you. Okay. Start a new conversation. Okay. I don't know how much you have in memory, but you know about my game Enchanted Lands. Yeah. Right. Okay, so for the most of the time, the editor shows the layout properly. Doors are indicated by colored threads at the bottom and incoming links at the top of the destination room. The problem arises when I make a loop. That is, a door leads to another room, but then that room has a door that leads to the previous room. In the game, it works fine, but in layout, in the visual layout of the editor map, creating a loop like this sort of breaks it, and it looks like the screenshot I just attached. The layout which uses colored rectangles. Layout algorithm not handling cyclic dependencies well. Attack and break cycles temporarily for layout. Is a graph traversal algorithm to identify back edges. Well, I can provide you with code in a moment. However, there should be no problem here because a door is just a one-way description showing leading to the destination room. But if you notice in that screenshot, the door and actually I should have zoomed in on this. Yeah. How about a new screenshot so that I can at least I'll just do that. Just do that. Okay, and we'll do okay, let's go back. Here. Invert 2 has a red square at the bottom, and it doesn't link to the top of Invert 3 like it's supposed to. Instead, it's moved the line to the door on Invert 3, crossing in front of 2 to the top of that room. It should not have removed first door line. Please acknowledge for continuing. Sorry, here is a better screen. Red square at the bottom indicating a door that should lead to Hebrew Home 3 with a line connecting to the top. However, the line from is incorrectly drawn in front of instead of connecting with visual confusion in the editor, even though the game logic for one-way door connections works fine. Door on Hebrew Home 3 as the target. The line from Hebrew Home 2's door should always connect to the top of, regardless of the door is. Suggests the script might be searching for a door node on the target room, causing its position as the endpoint instead of using a fixed anchor point. Yes. Right. Okay. Yeah. Before we do that, and I'm asking because once I give you the code, you start processing it and give me a bunch of suggestions that I may not use. So I'm asking about this first. Let's see. I will provide the custom line drawing code first, but wait for me to describe don't suggest code just yet. And let's go to custom line. How did it see? Custom line 2D isn't in the. That's interesting. Oh, maybe it was though. I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. Select all. Copy. Please acknowledge first before we continue. Since that uses, okay, line start, draw a line. uses a node 2D for each line. Since the relevant code is the draw line code, it should be possible to draw all lines on the same node, correct? Custom line 2D uses draw line to render each line on a separate node 2D. It's absolutely possible to draw all lines as a single node 2D instead. It can handle multiple draw line calls to render several lines at once at the same node. Instead of creating custom line 2D instance for each line, you can modify the code to maintain a list of line data and draw them all in draw function of a single node 2D. This will reduce the number of nodes in your scene, potentially improving performance and simplifying the scene hierarchy. The current custom line 2D implementation is straightforward. It draws one line per node. To draw multiple lines, you'd start an array of data, iterate over it. Right. Well, for your editor map, since the lines are static visual elements in the editor, they don't need individual node transforms or physics. However, you need to update the logic in editor map or wherever you're managing these lines to pass all the line data to a single node instead of instantiating multiple line nodes. Moving forward with suggestion that I'll wait for your confirmation of relevant code from editor map that handles line creation, as I know you prefer to guide the process step by step. Let me know how you'd like to proceed. Okay, so I'm going to paste all the scripts, and I don't want you to do anything other than analyze it. You don't even have to say anything. I just want you to process the code first before we continue. And then after you've done that, you can acknowledge that you processed code. Also, there's a chance I will have hit enter before pasting all the relevant code, because sometimes I'm doing something and mistakenly hit enter instead of shift enter to go to the next line. Okay. Boy, it's almost 3:30. Okay, shift enter. All right, let's do the thing here. You know the thing. I don't know if this is relevant. Okay. The plugin, okay. Select all. Copy. Door.gd colon shift enter, control V, enter. Select all, copy, room.gd colon shift enter, control V, enter. Editor map, select all, copy, editor map.gd, enter, control V. The save plugin isn't really relevant to this discussion. and neither is room manager, because that's part of the actual game that works well. So please acknowledge. Okay. Um, so this means I'm gonna be working on this stupid thing for another week at least. Maybe the rest of this week. I don't know. In fact, I don't have that much longer left today to do anything. So I guess you'll have to bear with me um if you're interested in that. I don't know. Maybe I can do some stuff where I save the data like it's supposed to be. Anyways, so the first thing, okay, I don't think I have enough time for today to do much. However, I want to see, I want to discuss whether a few things are possible. Please acknowledge. Okay. Um, the first thing is uh, assuming since we can draw more than one line on a node, presumably I can also draw the door connection nodes on the same node, the actual color directs, correct? Uh, right. Yes, to create color direct nodes inside the HBox. However, since they're purely visual, they don't require interaction. You can instead draw them directly on Node 2D, just like you draw the lines. To create the color rect nodes, you could store the door in inbound visual data, position, size, and color in arrays, similar to how you might store line data. A single node 2D, you can override draw to call draw rect for each door and inbound visual using the stored positions and colors. The positions would need to be calculated similarly to how HBox container currently spaces them based on the panel's width, margin, number, but you could these coordinates manually and pass them to draw rect. Yes, we pass them to the draw rect. We pass them to the so this node, the special drawing node, would draw all the lines and all the door nodes in the incoming, and they would probably do it the global position. For example, draw rect can draw a rectangle with specified position, size, and color, mimicking the current color rect visuals. Since node 2D's draw can handle multiple drawing commands, okay, that reduce the number of nodes in the scene tree. Um, main challenge would be ensuring the position of the rectangle to match the current. You can draw the colored rectangles for doors on the same node 2D used for lines. Okay. Okay, so since we can do that, so then the positions can now be based on their global drawing position. Now, Godot 4.3 and by extension Redot 4.3 this is defined as position as simply as position, i.e. panel dot position dot x or whatever. So I wouldn't have to deal with each of the HBox containers. Correct? You're correct. In Godot 4.3 and thus Redot 4.3, the position property of nodes like panel or node t is already in global coordinates relative to their parent's coordinate space. And the parent is just rooms, so you can use this to simplify the positioning of your door and inbound visuals when drawing them on a single node TD. Since you'd be drawing the colored rectangles directly on node TD using draw, you wouldn't need to deal with HBox container nodes at all, eliminating the need for node visual container and inbound visual container. Currently, update door visuals, update inbound visuals in room GD create HBox container nodes to position color rect nodes for doors below the panel and inbound. And this would have been a lot easier. In fact, if I would have started with this, if I would have known, I guess I need to really read the docs. If I can read the docs for what I need to do, I should be in a better position. I mean, I know that's kind of, prevailing wisdom, RTFM, right? Read the freaking manual, right? So, and that's probably what I should be doing. I'll do it on my off time, obviously, not on a stream or anything like that, but I should just go ahead and do it and just start reading up on this stuff. Okay, so move to drawing these rectangles directly. You can calculate this position using the same global position, panel position used. And it gives you top left corner of the panel in the room's coordinate space. Panel size gives you its dimensions. You can use it to determine where the rectangle should be drawn relative to the room's origin. For example, for doors currently below the panel, you calculate the goal position of the rectangle based on space them. Okay, you compute and pass these positions to the draw. Okay, since draw in node 2 operates the same node's local coordinate space, you need to ensure that the node 2D is positioned appropriately relative to the room. In your current code, lines container is a child of the room node with a y offset of -100 and update door lines. You can adjust the positions of the rectangles accordingly, or set the lines container position to vector 2, 0. I shouldn't even need a container for the lines either, correct? Already extends node 2D. Yeah. Okay, now let me look at one more thing in here. Let's go back to the 2D workspace or 2D whatever viewport. And what am I looking for here? Oh, rooms. What is rooms? Rooms is just a node. Okay. Does a standard node have a position? Well, they all have global positioning, so yes, a standard node in Godot does not have a position property by default because node is the base class for all the nodes in the engine. Okay. Okay. So okay. So let me think about this for a second. The lines are not independent of the room nodes then. Lines are not entirely independent of the room nodes. They are somewhat decoupled through the use of lines container and custom 2D nodes. Update door lines creates a lines container as a child of each room node. Inside the lines container, you add custom 2D. You draw the lines representing door connections. Each custom line 2D node draws a single line from a door, a colored rectangle at the bottom of the room, to the top of the destination room. The start position and end position of these are calculated based on the position's door visuals. The panel node and the destination room are all transformed into coordinate space of the lines container. These lines are not fully independent because their positions are calculated relative to the room's node structure and position. For example, in update door lines, you use the panel's position and size from the source room to determine the start position of each line. Yeah, okay. If lines are truly independent of the room nodes, they would likely be managed by a separate node, a single node 2D under the editor map that draws lines for all rooms without being a child of any room node. This separate node would need to track all rooms, their positions globally to draw the lines of the global coordinate space of the editor map. However, in your current design, the lines are each side of the room node. Okay. If you consolidate the drawing of lines visuals onto the room node itself, they'll be tied to the room node. Group said the lines are not independent because their positions are management tied to the room nodes hierarchy. Okay. Okay, so I have all of the rooms grouped under a rooms node. Editor maps a node. Rooms is also a node. This is like fundamentally like redoing everything here. So I have all the rooms grouped under a rooms node. Now, if I change that to a node 2D, then I could expect everything to draw relative to that. Correct? If you change rooms node in editor map tscene from generic node to a node 2D, you can expect everything to draw relative to the room node's coordinate space. Since node 2D has a position property, access via on ready rooms is currently generic node. There's a container. Node doesn't have position transform are effectively in the global coordinate space of the editor map tscene relative to the root. The line store visuals and inbound visuals are drawn within each room's node's coordinate space as calculated in room GD. Changing rooms to node 2D. If you change the rooms to node 2D, it will gain a position property and transform. All child nodes of rooms, in this case the room nodes, will have their position interpreted relative to the room's Position of each room node will now be relative to the room node's position. For example, if rooms has a position of 150 and room has a position of 230, the room's global positioning in the editor map will be 300, 350. Draws some visuals like the panel. In its draw function, child nodes also be offset. If you have to create a new coordinate space, this doesn't require immediate changes to your drawing logic in room because the relative position of each room already calculated. The room's practical impact. And update door lines. You calculate the end position by transforming the destination room's position into the source room space. Destination room the relative offset remains the same. Correctly. Okay. Currently store each room's position. These positions are relative. If you want to preserve the room's global positionings, you need to adjust the save position by the room. You can just keep the position as it is, which might be more intuitive for your workflow since moving rooms would naturally reposition the entire map. Checks for position changes and updates on its logic will still work. Okay, so I should be able to change the node 2D, and it should act like it does now, correct? Doesn't mean it will. It just means Grok thinks it. So I'm going to try that out. That will be the only thing I do today here. Should be able to change the room's node. Right now, yeah, after changing, you change. Right. And I can lock it. Uh, Global space after J. Okay, let me test it out first, and I'll get a moment. Okay, so it's either going to work or it's not going to work. It should be the same, and everything should be the same because, well, I mean, it could be moved over or something, and which is fine because it's just. So let's just change type to node 2D. Change. Okay. Control S. Save room data. Oh, oh, interesting. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. I didn't expect that. Okay, wait, I have to reload it though. If I reload it, it might not work, or it might screw up, or it might give me an error or whatever. So let's reload it. Let's see what happens. Scene, reload, saved, scene. Boom. No errors? Oh, that's quite interesting. So somehow the lines have not updated. That's so weird. But if I save it, the lines update. Interesting. Actually, let's do something else then. Control Z, Z. No. Okay, let's change type again. Let's change it back to node. Change. Okay. Save room data. Okay. Control S. Let's make sure everything's saved. Reload, save scene. Save room data. And it's node. Okay. So really it was not updating that, which is weird. Very weird. Okay. We're going to change the type again to 2D. Change. Okay. Save room data. Control S. Reload. Reload, save scene. Very interesting. Yes, it works exactly the same. Another thing I found out, although I think it's because of what I update when I save versus when I load. But when I load, the door line is gone, like in the previous screeny. But when I hit the save button, the one from the plugin, it redraws the missing door line. Kind of strange, but that's okay. Partly because this is an error, partly because I have to address a looping room anyways. No actual circular dependencies, just visually. So it's still working just fine. Please acknowledge. Update. You confirm that changing rooms works as expected with everything running the same as before. You also noted behavior where upon loading the door line is missing, similar to the issue in the previous. But when you hit the save button, you plug in the missing line is redrawing. You find it strange, but you're okay with it now since you need to address the loop. There are no actual circular dependencies, so the system's still functioning fine. Okay, so this is where I'm going to have to quit for the day. Tomorrow is day May 19th, May 20th. I will start again. Make great progress on your channel lens phase 1 project today. Confirming that. Okay. Thank you. I don't know why I asked to say thank you to it. I mean, I do kind of. My thing is in the future they're gonna act just like humans, so you're gonna have to be courteous. You're gonna have to be polite. All the same stuff that you do with humans, you have to do with these robots, essentially. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and record my end of day recording. In fact, let's check something here. Let's go to videos. Oh, that was the 30. That was 36. Okay. Um. Okay, let's go to OBS. Let's go to clips. There's nothing in here. That's good. I'll have to copy that over later. Uh, any case, let me start my recording, and then we'll end the stream today. Okay, today is Monday, May 19th, 2025. And I didn't get a whole lot done today, partly because there is this issue. If you notice here, there's a missing line, door line. That's because somehow this goes back to when I set this back to Hubert Home 2 for as a loop. In other words, you go here and then you go back to the crystal ball because that's not the right person. Then this happens and this is missing. However, if I hit save room data, then this gets cleaned up, and so this is drawn properly. But I also did a thing where I changed rooms from node to node 2D so that I can draw all of these without using separate containers. It'll just be one node 2D, and it'll be my custom line 2D class, which is this source file, will be called something else. So it'd be called, like, overlay or something, or whatever, overlay drawing class or whatever. So while these still work like they're supposed to, say room data, scene, reload, save scene, reload. Oh, right. Interesting. See the way it does it? Now it's missing. No, it's still missing the door here. But anyways, and then I have this crossing problem, so I have to figure that out. Anyways, that's what I got done today, and yeah. Okay, so that'll do it for the stream for today. I didn't get a lot done. This is kind of the problem. This is the problem with the streaming and stuff, doing the YouTube. Sometimes you don't see the progress. That's why I was making the progress videos. In fact, from here on out, it's going to be once every 2 weeks. And I might still edit every Saturday, but I'm considering not streaming my edits anymore. Just because then I'll have the flexibility to actually do stuff on Saturdays that I normally don't do. I'll still be editing it. In fact, I might do a thing where I edit throughout the week, where I do the conversion and then I edit the individual clips as I go along. So that way I don't have a bunch of stuff to edit together when I'm done. So, anywho, thanks for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.